Welcome back, baby. Yes, sir. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is the 30th already. Wow, it's the 30th of September. That means we have the monthly closure. The monthly candle closure. This is the last day of the month, the last day of the quarter. And tomorrow is the start of Q4. We have been waiting for this moment here. Good to be back on the stream. Hope you guys are all doing well here. Let me check out what we have in the building real quick. But before we do that, let me quickly... Nice. Very nice. Very nice. We got our gang in the building. Shout out to the elite traders in the trading floor. We are all ready to rock and roll. What about YouTube? Good to see you, Brad, Shipley, Adrian, Carlos, Free Liquidity, Christian, Petru, Dominic, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Greg, hope you're doing well. ADC or Troll, yo, what's up? Yes, sir. Good to see you, my friend. Good to see you. Good to see you. Franklin. LTA CJ, what's up? Elf. Vicky in the building. Good to see you, Vicky. Bit Crypto. Yes, sir. All right. Good to see you guys. Good to see you guys. I'm going to keep it short today. A little bit shorter. We have a bunch of news coming. Let me actually put this a little bit down here. There we go. Yeah, so we have a little bit of news coming today. That news will come at, roughly speaking, 10 or something. 9:45 or 10. 10. No, 9:45. 9:45. Okay, we have the Chicago PMI, we have the consumer confidence, but we also have the JOLTS job openings. So you know what that means. You know, if the JOLTS job openings are there, guess what's going to happen this week? NFP. All right, this is going to be the week of NFP again. The non-farm payrolls, which is going to be extremely important now. All eyes on the employment and on the unemployment, okay? All eyes on employment right now at the moment because, you know, Uncle Jerome has been talking about it. It's going to be an interesting time here. So, yeah, anyways, we're going to have news at 10. This is something that we have to take in consideration today regardless. If you haven't downloaded the Trading Warm app yet, this is the opportunity to download this book for free. So many guys of you have been asking about the hardcover. It's coming. We're working on something like that. It's coming. It will be nice for it to have that you can simply order it. I didn't expect that so many people actually wanted to have the physical versions. Therefore, it's good to see the response. Until now, everyone who has that physical copy has pretty much been printing it out themselves, or they send it to some sort of print shop or something like that. And they pay a shit ton of money to print this thing out because it's 300 pages. So anyways, that is interesting to talk about as well. The Trading Warm app, we're going to go over a couple of topics today here, especially risk and money management. That's something that I want to talk about with you guys today, the risk and money management part. But anyways, let's talk about gold. Let's talk about some pound, some dollar, and let's see what we have today. Because the thing is about gold. Gold sold off super aggressively during the London session. I'm not sure if some of you guys actually traded London, but like London Open came, boom, massive drop on gold. Massive drop, massive drop. Now, anyways, we're below a range right now. However, I want to zoom out. This is always the best to do. Keep it super simple. Zoom out here. This also counts on the CFD, but I'll keep it on futures for now here. Dollar is, I mean, not per definition strong. It's not per definition weak right now. It's kind of ranging. It's not that strong though. But look at where gold came from. Gold came from 38.99 or actually 3,900 to be exact on futures. And then it sold off. And it sold off until this daily support right there, okay? 38.24 is where we have that daily support. You can also see this on spot right here. It's a bit higher. You can see how price stepped into the previous high right there, and it pretty much reacted from that high, right? 37.91. That's kind of that reaction that we have seen right now at the moment here. So that's something to pay attention to on the higher time frame, right? We also have a major area of demand sitting right there as well on the daily time frame. So if you think that gold drops and it just continues to drop and drop and drop and drop, you know, we are in a micro uptrend, right? We have that support zone, we have that demand zone, we have a lot of things to think about from the higher time frame. Okay, I hope that makes sense right there from that higher time frame standpoint. That is indeed just the reality. Now on the lower time frame though, you can see how accurately we bounced from that level on the higher time frame. You can see that right there, and how we actually turned that into support here. So dollar, gold, I never count gold out right now unless we start taking out daily demand, daily support, all these major levels on the higher time frame. Once we start taking out these levels, yeah, that's for me a moment to say, okay, you know, we might be shifting here. But for now, that is not the case, especially because we're still bouncing from the 38.24 level. So what I think is going to happen here is that a lot of people are going to try to short it now. We see the impulse. Price is going to pull back. A lot of people are going to try to short it. I'm curious to see what happens. Okay. What I can say, what I can do here is I can draw this fixed range for you guys. And I can also look at yesterday's range from the open till the closure. And I can also draw a level or a fixed profile over yesterday. And we can go over this level and you can see how that red line that you see here is the most important level to pay attention to, because this truly determines our short-term bias for gold. And this truly determines where I would be potentially looking for long continuation setups with the right confirmation. So this is something I'm going to pay attention to, and that's this level right here. You can draw it out right there on the gold chart right here. It is 38.27. Okay, mark out that level, 38.27 on your chart or whatever you want to do. That's the area where yesterday the most volume has been traded. That's also the area where in that range the most volume has been traded. So that is by default a very crucial level. You can also see how important this range is, because look at the fixed value area low right now. You can see that right here, right? The value area, this is the value area low. You can see how price now is utilizing that as resistance here. So we are bouncing from higher time frame support. We're now tapping into a range, an area of resistance, which is at 38.16. Okay. Does it necessarily mean I'm going to short it now because we're in that internal range? We're getting rejected internally. I'm not really a big fan of it because of the fact that we're bouncing from higher time frame support. So what I want to see for me to take long continuations now on gold is I pretty much want to actually break above the point of control. Because if you can break above the point of control, we bounce from support, we break above that range, we break above the point of control. I think targeting daily highs is again a valid opportunity here. The London highs, okay? You might think that's crazy. Price has been dropping aggressively. So why would you look for longs? Well, macro, higher time frame, higher time frame, higher time frame. But this is for me a reason for me to start looking at this level. If we manage to break above 38.57, I'm willing to look for long continuations here. Okay. And I'm willing to then look for a long continuation towards the highs again. And that's kind of the thought process. It's waiting for the breakout, retest, and then the continuation play towards the upside for gold. That is something that I'm interested in, especially because of this reaction here from the higher time frame right now. So yes, short-term may be rejection here, but long-term, mid-term, we have to deal with this range, and that could be turning into a nice area of support. And if that happens, or let's see what happens, but if that happens, then I think we have a good shot on at least taking a nice position there. Truth Seeker says this is the best book out there and it's for free. A lot of good things are for free, my friend. A lot of good things are for free. Exactly. What about the rejection from the London mid? Rejection on the mid, right in the middle, right there. I'm not sure about that. I want to see break above the volume. Volume is king. Volume is what I'm looking at. I want to see where the most volume, where the most orders were executed. And I mark that out as my bias confirmation. So anything above that area where you could expect it to be interesting for a lot of institutional traders, breaking above that level would consider to be strong. They would consider to be strong. And on the other hand, this is also a perfect moment to lure people into short positions. Keep that in mind as well here, right? You see that internal break. Don't paying attention to the higher time frame support here or the higher time frame bounce that we're seeing right now. They just look at the lower time frame internal break, and any pullback, they look to short the pullback. right? Using the FIPS or whatever the case may be here. I've seen this happening over and over with gold, where gold doesn't care. Gold breaks out, pulls back, boom, and it continues up higher. And it's just a short-term fake out. But hey, I'm not a wizard. I don't know what's going to happen. It might come down. But if it comes down from here, I'm not going to take a trade. If it breaks out, there's a big chance I will. That's the conclusion. Yes. Then we have the dollar. The dollar right now is weaker. It's still not strong. When would I consider the dollar to be better, stronger? See me play, guys. You guys know it? You guys understand it? If you understand it, let me know, please, in the chat. Give me a yes or something. If you see it on the dollar, this is the custom dollar chart, by the way. This allows you to draw the profile correctly on the dollar index. It's very important. This is the CME play, okay? So that means, are we listening to the same song like already for like an hour or something, guys? That's so hypnotic. Okay. That's better. That's better. Yeah, so this is indeed the potential CME play for the dollar, right? If the dollar creates a range, the consolidation here, we manipulate down. And if this is indeed a short-term pullback, the only thing that would make me bullish on the dollar is if we would simply break structure and pull back towards the highs. That means that I would look for a stronger dollar from that moment onwards. Until then, anything is possible. We can pull back and get rejected at this range right here, right? We can simply get rejected. We can also simply getting rejected from this range, right? Right now, and break down again. Also another layer. We also have this resistance from this previous range still. So a break above that high I would consider to be strong. That will be considered a dollar reversal. And this allows us to take short opportunities on things like the pound against the US dollar, for example. Right here, this is the pound against the US dollar. We have this range right now. If that happens and the dollar does break out, you're most likely going to see the pound breaking down, pulling back, and then we can look for a short opportunity. But the dollar needs to break out first. I don't see it happening yet, to be honest with you, right now, currently. Okay, dollar is still bearish until that change of structure right there. So yeah, that's it from a dollar standpoint. I think that's going to help us a lot understanding what the dollar does for the currencies and stuff. But for now, I want to see some volume on gold. That would be nice. Give me some gold volume, some nice gold volume, and then we'll see from there. We'll see from there. In the meantime, we're going to have a look at what the guys in the trading floor are doing here, because you probably already noticed that many guys in the trading floor have been absolutely killing it. All right, these guys have been pretty much going live during London session, New York session, pretty much every day. Taking setups together, looking at the same approach, and they sometimes see things, man, where I'm like, oh man, why didn't I think about that? Why didn't I think about that? So we're definitely gonna look up and see what they are doing as well here, and keep us in the loop for sure. Absolutely. Can you watch EU? Well, EU right now at the moment is also probably pushing up a little bit right now. Yeah, it pushed up here. Now it's back at that range. It's not that strong, to be honest. The euro is not really performing well either. All has to do with the dollar, right? If the dollar is indecisive, we can simply just flip the script here. You get the same exact chart as the Euro USD. In order for me to short the euro, this needs to happen here. Breakdown, retest, and then a beautiful sell-off. That's it. Breakdown, retest, sell-off. The C here, the M here, and then the E here, and then the dollar will give it that confirmation as well here. But that would be very nice. Right now, you can see how strong the euro is getting rejected. So the euro is weaker for sure. Euro is weaker, can break above it, but this will be utterly the ultimate confirmation, right? A break below that range, and then a continuation sell-off, right? You would break trend, pretty much continue to break down. But that's why the dollar needs to push. Dollar needs to push. towards the upside for that to happen. What about GU? Just talked about GU. Very similar to the Euro USD. Euro is more of a CME, whereas the pound against the dollar is more a CERC play, right? It's much more a breakout, retest, continuation play. Yeah. So what do I want to see for gold? I want to see something like this, this, this. I want to see a break above that red line. Let me actually do it right there on the spot right there. I want to see a break above this red line, and then we go from there. We go from there. Let's see if we can break above it. That would be very nice, by the way. That would be very nice. There we go. Ryu had a great natural gas trade. Yes. Let me go to his chart, actually. Let's see it right there. Boom. Up $550. What is the setup, guys? What is Ryu's setup? Let me know in the chat, please. What is Ryu's setup? What do you see right there, right now? You tell me, G. You tell me. You tell me. That was his trade. See me, right? See me, very easy. See me play right there for Ryu. Congratulations, friend. Really good setup. Really clean setup. Really really solid. Where can you find this? You can find this on page 47. Page 47 of your ebook. Okay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. GG, good to see you again. Whoa, what's happening with you, man? How are you doing? Good to see you again. Good to see you. Good to see you. Do you trade two pairs at the same time? Not really a big fan of it. I trade multiple assets, yes, but I'm not really... I'm trying to avoid stepping into multiple trades at the same time. Unless it's like a swing position or something like that. Yeah. Are we going to see some volume today? What do you guys think? Obviously, we're going to have news in an hour or something like that. So yeah, that's something to really pay attention to. That's for sure. you can tell that gold is already holding up super strong right now. You can tell it wants to break through here. We have seen this pattern before. We have seen this pretty much the way markets are moving here. Massive sell-off and then boom. What was the bottom here? 536. And now the New York Open here. If the New York Open manages to break above that high, I think the London highs is just such a good, solid potential target if that's the case here. Absolutely. Oh, right there. Right there. CJ says, as always, shout out to LTA, best community in the world. I appreciate it, man. The thing about LTA right now, this is the crazy part. LTA is literally starting to become bigger than myself here. Okay, just look at all the guys, all the leaders right now in the trading floor that trade, you know, that can pretty much trade without me in any way, shape, or form. Obviously, we have the weekly analysis, you know, where we come together on a Monday. But for the rest, these guys are there streaming like they're, you know, it's unbelievable. Yes. So LTA is starting to become bigger than myself, which is something I've always envisioned, you could better say. I always envisioned LTA to become bigger than myself right there. So, you know, at some point, what's going to happen is more people are going to start their YouTube channels. They're going to start trading LTA the exact way we trade it. And it's just going to be a takeover right there. That's pretty much it. Okay. So yeah, who's next to step up here? Show themselves, step up. And let's see what we can do here. Okay. It has been a proven model. I don't have to prove it anymore. It has been proven so many times over and over again here in all our groups consistently. It's just a matter of time now before people are starting to see what we're gonna be up to here. What we're gonna be up to here. The Wizzy one. Nice name, nice name. Is it possible that sellers too heavily push to the downside? I mean, anything is possible, right? Anything is possible. A huge amount of sellers could come in out of nowhere, step in and sell at this exact level. It is an area of interest. This fixed very low level is an area of interest. It is. It's a 38.16. It's a very important level. But keep in mind, we're bouncing from daily support right now at the moment. So we're bouncing from higher time frame support right there. Okay. So we're pushing from higher time frame support now into that. Can we come down? We could revisit, come back to that same level again here. But I'm just telling you what the ultimate confirmation will be. And the ultimate confirmation would be obviously to look for the breakout there, the retest of that point of POC level right there. Yeah. Do you share chart settings, team, and all? You can, if you want, you can get it. If you want, you can get it. Lorenzo, what is the difference between LTA and any other strategy? The main difference between LTA and any other strategy is that it's pretty much built. LTA is pretty much built around intense realism versus very many other strategies who are more believing in whatever, that the market should move anyway, that they have any control of what is exactly going to happen in the market. Whereas what we like to do is we like to look at volume, and we like to look at what we call the hidden support and resistance levels. Okay, the areas where a lot of more volume has been traded at certain price levels. And usually what happens, if you can measure volume is extremely hard to manipulate. So if you can measure volume properly, and you can really take advantage of that, the only thing that you then need is a system. You need a system around it. Like, how are you going to execute? When are you going to execute? What is your risk reward ratio? All these layers, all these other layers here. You don't trade with moving averages. Why? There's no need to, because we use the volume profile. Pretty much. I don't need like have 20 different indicators on my chart unless it is for different purposes, like understanding my macro bias, fundamental data, or whatever. There's one tool I need, and that's this one right here. You go to the left, you click on the fixed range volume profile, you draw it over, anyways, a range, a swing. You see how gold is holding up, right? You can see how it's so tempted to short it right now, but it's holding up. For now, we're holding up. We're just ranging, actually. That's it. On the lower time frame, we're ranging. Lorenzo, what was your first job? Yo, you really want to know what my first job was? My first job was I was working in the supermarket when I was 15 years old. That was my first job. My first real job. Yeah. I was working in the supermarket, G. I'm that guy. Yeah. Yeah. I was filling up your broccoli, your milk, your bread. I was that guy. What was it? I think I got paid 2.5 euros an hour. 2.5 euros an hour. You know what you can buy for 2.5 euros in the Netherlands right now in 2025? Nothing. Zero. You cannot even buy a drink. You cannot even buy coffee. You can't buy anything for that money. So yeah, that was the start of my trading journey. Supply and demand. Broccoli, cookies, milk. Supply and demand, baby. Yes, supermarket. Then we had something like I've been washing trucks as well when I was 17. I've done all the most annoying jobs in the world pretty much. Yeah. And then I realized one day I woke up and I said, you know what? I want to become an entrepreneur. I'm gonna become a business owner. So I started all kinds of different businesses. Obviously failed at them really hard. But that was the start. That was the start of my my new beginning. That was my reinvention. And since then, I never looked back. I could decide to do two things. I could decide to say, you know what? I can do this like, 9 to 5 for the rest of my life. Or YOLO, you know what I mean? YOLO, only live once. I'm gonna do whatever the fuck I want to do. And see from there. And see what happens. But I can guarantee you one thing, okay? I became a father quite young. So I was pretty young when I became a father. Pretty young age, overall. Relatively speaking, right? Pretty young. The moment you become a father, or the moment you know that you're going to become a father, that's to me when everything changed. That's to me when everything changed. Because the moment I knew, oh shit, man, I'm going to become a father, that was the moment when I was like, I need to step up my fucking game right now. Like I can be a loser. I don't want my son, my 10-year-old, my 20-year-old son, look at me like I'm some sort of, I want to be a G. I want to be a G. I want him to see me as a G so he can become a G. I want him to look up to me in any way, shape, or form. And I want to be a good role model for my son here. And trust me, kids are expensive too. That's like, kids are expensive too. So, hey, was a big game changer for me. That's for sure. Was a big game changer for me. Stop partying, stop doing all kinds of stupid shit, and I went to work. Stepped on the gas. I never looked back since then, pretty much. So that was the kickstart. That was the momentum. That was when everything changed for me personally. Something happens with a man. The moment the man becomes a father, that's the moment the man changes forever. That's the moment the man takes, in most cases, the responsibility and decides, I need to step up my game right now. The conclusion is, if you have failed in the past, by the way, there's nothing wrong with failure. We all fail. This is all part of your growth. Some guys think that failing is wrong. Failing is a mistake, and it makes sense that because when you were on school and you were doing your studies, your exams, it was either right or wrong. There was no in between. Failing was wrong. You failed. You failed the test. You failed this. You failed that. So it's obviously normal for you to think, oh, I don't want to make any mistakes. I don't want to take any risks. I just want to play it safe. Well, let me tell you this, my friend. The world is no longer a safe place anymore. The world is changing, okay? The world is changing. Lorenzo, is there any more traders like you to look up to? Any cross pairs or sums? I currently only have really analyzed today, at least the dollar. Just understanding where the dollar is at. Because I know that if the dollar breaks out to the upside, like we talked about here, if the dollar does break out, the pound is going to be a really good short setup. The Euro USD is going to be a really good short setup. So the major pairs are going to be really good. You need some patience, man. By the way, we have news coming in like 40 minutes. So let's see where the volume is at to. But yeah. Kick Insider says, I lost my full capital. Can I ask you, my friend, how much was it? How much did you lose? You're anonymous anyways. All right, gold's pushing up. Big reason why we're not shorting here, right? We're bouncing from daily support right there. We're very cautious with shorting now. Very cautious with shorting from this level. It was very tempting, right? It was very tempting. You guys agree? It was very tempting right there, especially when you see it rolling over. I saw the chat. Trust me, I saw the chat. Why are you not shorting now from this level? Ryu killed it. Nice. He hit TP? You hit TP? Yes, sir. Awesome job. Beautiful CME play on natural gas. Wow. Incredible CME play. I don't know. These guys finding setups. They find instruments and setups. It's GG. GG. All right, gold pushing up, 30-minute breaking, 4 minutes. We have the closure of the 30-minute candle. Then we're probably are gonna go towards the 38.57 here. Okay, if we break above the value area low, we close above it. There is a big chance we'll move up to the fixed POC. Right there, right there, right there, right there. Yes, sir. How long are you guys in the trading floor every day? I'm tuning in sometimes. I'm listening to them all the time. I love listening to them. You know what I really love about the trading floor is that I can literally just do my work, my analysis, prepare, work a bit behind the scenes. I know that these guys have my back. And I tune in and I just listen. I just listen. I listen and they say, oh, hey, look at this gold this. Look at this Euro USD that. Look at this dollar. Look at oil. Look at boom, 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 boom. Within 10 minutes, I'm updated. Within 10 minutes, I know exactly what I'm looking for. What is going to happen potentially. And I'm like, oh yeah, makes sense. Yeah, makes sense. That makes sense. That saves me a lot of time. And, you know. Very pleasant. Very pleasant. Lorenzo, what about your last trade? Do you guys remember the last trade we took? Yeah, that was the last trade we took. The last trade on stream, right? That was the last stream of the week. So this is the first stream of the week. So last stream of the week, the previous stream pretty much. We took a silver long setup. We took silver longs. And the reason why we took silver was because we don't really usually trade silver that much as gold. But silver just looked better at that time. It looked cleaner than gold. It had more potential than gold. It was holding up stronger than gold. There were a lot of reasons for us to look for gold at the time here. So we decided to take that setup on silver at the time. And it was very good. Right here, we had this range, that breakout, that retest. You see that? If you remember this setup, yes, from the last stream, this was our entry. Entry model 1, right there. You guys remember this one? The consolidation, the expansion. That is an accumulation. A lot of buyers started to step in here. They aggressively pushed price higher. Sellers came in, okay? Pulled back. Buyers defended the value area, or the area where more volume was traded in that range. That's a perfect level for buyers, institutional buyers, to defend their level at. They defended their level. Then we saw a bunch of, if you really look at the data, the institutional data behind the charts as well here, a lot of aggressive selling taking place, pushing price down. They failed to push price further down. And that was our entry model 1. Okay. And price broke out towards the upside and it took out the London highs. It took out the London highs. And that was the setup from last week. It took some time, but it played out perfectly. it played out perfectly. Very clean CERC play and a clear and clean entry model 1. And in case you want to know what the entry model 1 is about, this is on page number 57 of your ebook right there. Candle, candle, break of the candle here. And then here the candle, and then the break of that second candle right there. Entry stop loss below, right there. Below the candle as well here. And then the follow through. So yeah, we took a silver trade and instead of gold. Initially, we wanted to short gold, but you know, gold gave us a ping pong show. You know, in Thailand, you have these ping pong shows where, anyways. Lorenzo, I've been long since gold. In gold since last Monday. Should I hold or close at the next all-time high? Right now you're in a good position still. We're bouncing from daily support here. You're up really well. Congratulations on that setup. Beautiful long. I mean, we're above daily demand. So for now, things are looking good. If you would break back below the 37.91, we might drop down further, yeah. But for now, you're in a good position. You're in a good position. Then Mars says ping pong on Pat Pong Road. Okay, that's specific. That's that's very specific. Damn, the address and everything. Wow. Breakout closure above the fix very low. That means the fixed PSC is next, potentially 38.26. And if you can break that, it's London highs, baby. London highs. Lorenzo, I paid $950 to join your VIP and made it back in my first 2 trades. That's what we're talking about. That is what we're talking about. Very nice. Very nice. Good to have you in our community as well here. Michelle. The thing about it is though, it's not only about the money. You say, okay, I paid $950, I made the money back in 2 trades. That's great. But again, it's not always about the money. Okay. There's more to it. Okay. If you have to imagine this, right? We have such an incredible group of people here. The last time someone here in our group was annoying. The last time someone in our group was maybe annoying or had some sort of ego or thought they was better than another trader or always trying to prove that they're the best trader, right? Hiding their losses, etc. The last time I've seen a person like that in our group was a long time ago. A long time ago. We managed to filter all these motherfuckers out and keep the people that deserve to be here. Okay? So you could kind of see this as some sort of Harvard. You can be the smartest guy in the room. That doesn't necessarily mean you're going to go to Harvard University. All right. So therefore, we really want to keep it exclusive. You have to apply and you need to get accepted. Okay. So the VIP is not for everyone. It's more than just money to join us. Okay. It's all about the right mindset. The mindset of a champion. I could say a leader, someone who's willing to not have that ego. It doesn't try to prove something to other people. We've seen it so much in the trading space. It's honestly disgusting. Like the worst thing that you can have in a community is someone trying to be better than others. And I can guarantee you've probably been in a community before where that the only thing that happens is people making fun of each other, saying how their setup sucks, how their setup is so freaking good, how they potentially magically are going to show you what's going to happen. And if it happens, they're going to pretend that they're some sort of guru. Like, who knows these types of groups? Let me know, please, in the chat, because it pisses me off, honestly. Okay? So we don't have that in the VIP. So what you need to do, if you think, I want to have the best community, I want to be at a place where I can hop in a trading floor every day. I can just listen, tune in for the next coming months. I want to really improve as a trader. Then you can apply, you can schedule your call, and you can show up on time like a professional, okay? You get the indicators, you get the whole stack, all the macro fundamental data that comes with it. But it's for the real G's only. Come on, gold, let's break out. Let's just do, let's just break out above the 38.27. Dollar is looking better. Dollar is holding up really well. So the dollar is starting to move here. This is going to push the pound against the dollar down. This is going to push the euro against the dollar down. So that's going to be interesting for sure to look at quickly. And see what's happening there. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there. Asan said that's most groups. Exactly. So we had before, we had a free chat, okay, in the group, in the Discord channel. We had a free chat, okay? And, oh man, it was a suspect, bro. We tried to moderate it, but if everyone can just come in and do whatever they want, they have no understanding. Obviously, they're not trained. They're not trained professionals. They have, you know, they heard about LTA. They come in, they watch the stream. They watch 2 streams. They come in. You know, it's impossible to moderate. Impossible to moderate. We've done it for a year. I was like, bro, at some point, there's no way that we can continue that. There's no way. And the moment we closed it, everything just boom. So yeah, a free chat sounds great. It feels great, but when you start gaining momentum, when you have a lot of people watching you and you get a lot of, you know, things, and you get a lot of people joining every day, there were moments when around 100 to 150 people a day joined the Discord. You can moderate that. You can moderate that. Impossible. Nice little breakout. Let's go. Jana says, I've been on Discord for a few weeks now, and I have to say I've never seen anything so professional before. Everyone is full focused on becoming a full-time trader and making progress every day. Amazing. Where can I find the chart settings, please? I'm a premium member in the Discord. The chart settings. If you are a premium member in the group, I can share it with you. Easy. I will share it with you. Leon says the best quality in any discipline is to have willingness to be taught and use this principle to qualify. Yeah, exactly. To qualify their pilots. I completely agree. The thing is, even as a leader, by the way, okay, quote unquote leader, in retrospect, I'm still learning. I'm still learning every day. I'm still learning from the group. I'm actually learning from the guys in the group. These guys make me better. These guys make me better. And that's when you know you're in the right atmosphere where you pretty much grow from the people that you actually, learn the game. So to be open-minded enough to learn and to always see how you can improve as a trader, also while being the quote-unquote educator, is super important. It's super important. And it motivates me to always put in the extra amount of work. It motivates me to always study, to always do something just a little bit more. So, I'm always feeling like I'm a little bit ahead. It's kind of that competitiveness as well here, but on good terms. Oh, wow, look at the dollar. This is a major push of the dollar. And gold, yeah, gold reacts to the dollar strength for sure. That's what you're seeing right now. Look at the euro. Damn. Look at the euro breaking down here. That means the pound is going to break down soon too. Man, that's actually, that's going to turn into setups. If there's follow through, guys, that's going to turn into setups for sure. 30 minute. Look at this. The fixed range line profile from the left to the right. Look at this red line. Boom. Volume control. Most volume traded on that line. Where do we get rejected? At that line. What do we do now? We create a similar range as what we created there. So what needs to happen? You need to break out of the range, pull back, continue lower. If the dollar is willing to break out, truly. And we're very close already. If the dollar breaks above this level and turns this into support, this is what you're going to see. On the pound, and this is what you're going to see, even though it's a bit messy, on the euro USD. So we're just putting this on the side, right, next to gold to see what happens, in case, just in case. But that would be a break below the 117.18, and then I would short the euro USD, and I would look for the pound. The weaker currency, pretty much. The weaker currency. Now, how do you know what the weaker currency is? Well, that's a good question. And what you can do, if you want to know that, if you say, hey, do I need to choose between the euro or, which one do I choose, the euro or the pound? I see two setups. I need to trade only one. I can't trade two because, if they go wrong, they both go wrong. But that's not going to happen. You just go euro GBP. You go to the euro GBP. You do your analysis. And you're roughly speaking, see what you can do here. Now, okay. The euro right now seems to be holding this particular zone here. We are breaking above the Sunday open, the opening price of the week. I would say, okay, potentially I might give the euro, the pound, the favorable edge here. If you see the same exact setup, right? On both of them. Go to the euro GBP and figure it out. It's pretty straightforward. Yeah, it is quite wild, to be honest, that the dollar is pushing so aggressively now. Because if that break truly happens, then that is a CME play. And that CME play is something that we have seen on the dollar right here as well. This is a CME play. Range, manipulation, breakout, retest. This was the perfect sell signal before. Then you had the FOMC here. Range, manipulation, breakout, retest. Perfect buy sell signal on the currencies as well. So you could see something similar today. This was a setup right there. Then you had this one. And now potentially we're dealing with this one. Do you see it? That's the thought process. So yeah, I'm going to pay attention for sure. The currencies here. Hmm. Lorenzo, what does your girlfriend do? Does she work? Is she trader as well? No. No, she takes care of my beautiful babies. Yes, sir. With all their passion and all their love. And she can do whatever she wants to do, but that's what she wants to do. So, supporting fully. And there's nothing better, to be honest, than a mother that can spend pretty much put all of their attention to the child, to the kids, especially at a young age. I think it's super good for your son to have a mother around that is there all the time, or at least a lot. I think it's super important. At least I can only speak for myself, but that's what I've seen in my, the way I'm raising them and the way they're growing up right now. I can just see them being really fulfilled right now. Nice, GG. Where did you go? Welcome back. Sorry, I missed a bit. What is the purple line? The purple line is the fixed very low. Purple line is fixed very low. Lorenzo, trading, do you treat it as a business or as a job? Well, trading is clearly a business because you're constantly measuring risk. And if there's something that you can do when you are a business owner, something that you need to do as a business owner is measuring risk. You constantly need to understand, what is my benefit here? What is my ROI? What is my risk to reward? So clearly it's a business, and I treat it like a business for sure. Do you ever trade gold against the euro? Any other pair against the dollar? Not really, to be honest. Not really, actually. No. Not really. Predominantly on futures as well. No, not really. Not really. Not really. If the dollar stays strong, gold is gonna have a really hard time pushing up here. Yeah, but keep in mind, we have news in around about 20 minutes or something. Joe says, hi, I'm new to trading. For chart analysis, which one is better? Will be the better trading view. If you talk about the broker, so you're talking about this right here. If that's your question, then I use Owanda on the. If I use gold, I use Owanda. Pretty much any other thing, I use Owanda. And yeah, futures. But that's an I'm not sure if you trade futures or not. So let me know. Yeah, trading view is great if that's your question. But look at this right here. Okay, look at the Euro GBP. Right, this is what I mean. Do you see this reaction on the Euro GBP here? Do you see how it's pushing up now? So do you also see, because of that, that the pound right now at the moment is coming down more aggressively than the euro? That's it. That's why my priority would go to the pound against the dollar right now at the moment. And that's why you can look at the Euro GBP to understand the relative strength here. So if I have a great confirmation on the dollar, and the dollar gives me a bullish confirmation, I'm obviously going to be bearish on the currencies against the dollar. The question then will be, which currency is going to be weaker? It's going to be the euro, it's going to be the pound. If both of them are showing me a potential setup, then I need to look at the euro GBP in order for me to understand what's happening here. In this case, you can see the trend line, boom, 1, boom, 2, boom, 3. Bouncing off of this trend right now. Very simple, don't overcomplicate it. And that by default should give you the insight of saying, you know, I probably have to look at the pound against the US dollar here for a reason, because the euro GBP is performing better. Okay? And this is how you utilize the cross pairs to understand which major pair you want to trade. So therefore, GU is by default more interesting than the Euro USD. You can see that right now because the euro is still holding above this level, the point of control, and the pound has already broken through it. So it's about the pullback and the continuation play, right? Especially if the dollar decides to push up higher. So give us a bit more room for the pound to come down, to pull back, create a lower high, and then I would love to trade the lower high to set in a new lower low. If the dollar breaks out here. The dollar needs to break above this blue line. Nabil says, is there any relation between the pound, yen, and the dollar? That is a good question. That's also a good question. I like that question. The reason why is because I have a very simple answer to that. And that is, if you would look at the pound against the yen, the only thing that you do is this. You go to the pound against the yen, you type it in. You click here, okay? You click on the daily time frame first. You go to indicators. You type in CC, or correlation coefficient. And then you need to put in an input. And that input can be DXY, dollar index. You click on that. You click on apply. And now you see what has happened since August. Has there been a positive correlation or a negative correlation? Well, since here, for example, you can see that the chart predominantly has been correlating negatively to the dollar. So if the dollar shows you strength, guess what's going to come down? The pound against the yen, for that exact reason. And you can figure out why it is. Stronger dollar might be a weaker pound. Could be a good reason. But you can see that anything below 0 means negative correlation. Anything above 0 means positive correlation. You can simply look at this indicator and see, in terms of relative strength on the daily time frame, pretty important daily time frame, what has been happening here from that standpoint. So the answer to you is negatively correlated. So stronger dollar now means be careful with longing pound yen. Well, clearly, look at what has been happening on the last 30-minute candle. Last 30-minute candle has been coming down. The dollar has been pushing up. Nice question. Nice question. Okay, gold is struggling. It's getting interesting now, honestly, because of the fact that the dollar is pushing higher. We have news how long? $20 minutes. Sir, may I ask which pair is good for trading or practicing for trading? It depends, man. It really depends. You find your community and you learn this way. Truly, it really, really depends. Honestly, you can decide for yourself here. I personally, you can get familiar with the one instrument to just get the hang of the basics. Gold can be a bit more tricky. Currencies tend to be really, really nice. I like currencies a lot. Personally, I'm happy that I started out trading Forex before. I really am. Before I started to move to gold and to all the other layers. A lot of people move straight into gold. they get destroyed. So yeah. Nabil says, bro, is this why the pound against the yen gets affected by some of the US dollar major news? For sure, 100%. Everything moves in twine. Everything moves in correlation. Everything moves for a reason. If one moves up, particularly the dollar, a lot of things are going to get affected by it. So that's what you want to know. You want to know. Yeah. Don't just assume, by the way, okay? It's super important. Don't just assume. People just assume that there is a negative or positive correlation. It's not always true. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. But with this indicator, you can really quickly see what the correlation is on average on the higher time frame. And I would always use the higher time frame and you just filter out all that noise on the lower time frame. So yeah, dollar is pushing, guys. Dollar is pushing. This is very interesting. And this is why we always have a plan B scenario. If gold does not, let's say, give what we want. Let's say gold doesn't break above the 38.27. For now, it's still holding up really strong, by the way. It's holding up really well. In my opinion, it's really holding up really well, especially because of the dollar. But we always have a plan B in case. We call that scenario mapping. Have you heard about that before? Scenario mapping. Scenario mapping is when you have two opportunities at all costs that know are going to happen regardless. So if one fails, you probably have the other one. That is called scenario mapping. Right? So you have a bullish bias on something, you have a bearish bias on something. And because you understand correlation, you understand that if A moves up, B moves usually down, you can always utilize both of those. So if the dollar is strong, I'm obviously going to short the pound against the dollar. If the dollar is weaker or it rejects, I'm going to long gold. This is a game changer, by the way. Truly. Absolute game changer for you. This is how we on stream, last stream, we were looking to short gold at first. We did. We entered the gold short position. Price came down. We put our stops on break even, hovered around for a long time. It went to our entry, so we broke even on that trade. But then price reversed, and we said, okay, now I'm looking for silver longs. What's the alternative? That's called scenario mapping. We took a silver long, that was a W. And Tal says, used to see you trading Top Step way back. How are you still trading there and not going to live? You don't want to have a live account on Top Step. It's a scam, in my opinion. That's my personal opinion. I think it's a very smart marketing move. I don't think it makes a lot of sense. That has to do with the account. So let's say you have 5 accounts. Now you have 750K in balance. If you go to a live funded account, you utilize the balance that you were in profit on these 5 accounts. You turn that into one live account. It's going to be significantly smaller, number one. And then you still have a lot of payout criteria. It's better to just go and start over again, in my opinion. Do a new combine and get, again, 5 express funded accounts, then get 5 payouts again. You should check out the rules, the difference between the, and really try to understand it, the difference between express funded and between a live account. It's not, oh, once you're live, you have 550K live accounts. It's not going to be like that. So right now, what I feel like is the more money I can utilize, the better it's going to be. Because I don't need to risk much. Like, let's say I'm trading with 750K here, right? In funding. So if you make, let's say, 5% on that account, if you make 5% on that account, then you will be up roughly around what, 9K, right? Roughly speaking. $7.5K. If you do this on 5 accounts, then you can calculate it right there. How are you able to keep it sim? You simply work your way towards 5 payouts, max payouts you want to get, right? Max payouts, and then reset at the end. Gold's still pushing up. It's holding up really strong. Dollar is getting rejected from the fix for a high. That's why. That's why. No dollar confirmation yet. So there is a chance that gold will break out. What do you prefer? I prefer dollar to break. I don't know. It's hard to say, man. It doesn't really matter, honestly. It doesn't really matter. Because if the dollar gets rejected here and we break down, then gold will break out. Most likely. You can kind of see now how gold is getting suppressed by dollar strength. So dollar gets rejected, then this will probably, or will try to break out. So it doesn't matter. If the dollar does break out, this will break down. So yeah, I don't know. Doesn't really matter, man. Doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. Why aren't you using dollar for the... This is a custom... Yeah, this is a custom symbol. Okay. This is the real dollar basket right there. Someone in our community made this formula and he killed it. He absolutely killed it. Yeah, something like this indeed, Adrian. I like it. If the dollar breaks out, yes. Do you have a checklist before entry or just flow with the current situation? Well, at this stage right now, we just know exactly what to look out for. And I think everyone in our group knows exactly what to look out for. We have certain setups that we look at, certain entry confirmations that we look at, and we just repeat. Our goal is just to repeat, create a bias, and repeat here. So, you know, before, when I started trading, right? The biggest thing that I've learned, or the biggest problem that I've faced, let's put it this way. The biggest problem I was facing when I was learning how to trade was the following. And that is that I always somehow thought that I had to predict the market. I always had to somehow look at the current candle right here and think, oh, we're gonna go up from this moment onwards. We're gonna now go up or we're gonna now go down. I was always locked into the moment now. Like what's gonna happen now? That's kind of the reasoning I was always facing for some reason. I was looking at something. I'm like, this needs to happen now. And there were periods where I went to the market. I woke up. I went behind the computer. And I literally, like, I'm not joking. I woke up, put on my PC, put on my chart, and in 2 minutes, I was in a position. In 2 minutes, I was in a trade. In drawdown, boom, closed my trade, went the opposite direction. That went in drawdown. Bro, I went through some really nasty stages in my journey. So the conclusion is that the strategy that you needs to have somewhat of a scenario A-B type of play. So if X happens, I do Y. That's kind of the thought process. If we break out, then that leads me, from my understanding, that the probability is higher, with the right confirmation, we might continue to go up. Like, that thought process is something that I have a much more respect for now than that I had when I started out. When I started out, I went to the PC, even on my phone, scratched my left ball sack, was looking at my phone, just woke up. Within 2 minutes, I was in a random fucking trade. And I kept doing this for a long period of time, by the way. Like, don't get me wrong. This is something that probably many of you guys recognize. But it's also the worst thing you can do. If you're so rich, why this channel, if I may ask? To get even richer. How long have you been trading? I've been trading since 2017. 2017. Gold breaking higher. 38.26, 38.27 is what I'm looking at. We're getting there though. We're getting there. Dollar is having a hard time right now. We have news in what? 5 minutes? Look at the fix for a high, guys. Look at the fix for a high. And look at that rejection there. Ilsider1, my friend. That's a poker name. I get it. I know everything about it. So, yeah, GG. GG. Well played. Big fan. Big fan. Four minutes left for the breakout towards the upside tier. You don't use the book map anymore. There are a lot of things I look at, man. You just don't see it. You just don't see it. But no, you don't necessarily need it, in my opinion, from what I've been doing. We have our confirmations, we have our trades. The guys here all in the community are taking setups according to one system and one system only. What's up, Lorenzo? How are you? A bit late on the stream today. Unfortunate, Jorm. It's okay for today. For today. But I have a question. Is it better to go for a funded account or a personal account? If you don't have any money, then the problem what I faced at the beginning also, maybe you recognize this, is that because you don't have much money, you feel the urgency to just risk more. Because you want to get there quickly. Right? So when you don't have that much money to work with, the easiest thing that you guys probably experience is the fact that you just think that, I need to do a zillion plus trades to get to my goal. Because that's the only way I get a decent size account. And you start forcing, you start increasing risk too fast. So there are a lot of ways. A lot of things in a personal account can hold you back at the beginning, okay? At the beginning. However, what I think is absolutely genius, if you start with a personal account, you deposit maximum a couple $100 on your account, maximum, not more. Just a couple $100. If you have a couple $100, right? You put $100, $200, $300 on your account, and you just take trades based around what, 1% per trade, just to prove yourself first that you can understand the system, that you can follow actually a trading plan. Because it doesn't really matter in the end. You're going to blow your funded accounts. You're going to blow your personal account. So what do you want to prefer? What do you prefer? What do you prefer? You can choose. Funded or personal. It doesn't really matter. So, you know, you can better have something that you can just put your own money on. You risk 1% per trade. You get into a system. You get into the habit. Once you feel that you're getting at some point, you're getting somewhere. Yeah, you could start taking on some challenges to get these payouts to potentially increase your personal account faster. I just compound your personal account faster. But the conclusion is I always have a personal account on the side. I'll never strictly trade prop firms. I see prop firms as the fuel or the nitro to your fuel, right? It's just that additional cash flow coming in potentially that will cover your rent, that covers your expenses, that covers your whatever, daily, weekly, monthly expenses, or whatever you need. So you can grow your account without having to think about, I need to take an X amount out of my account because of Y. All right, gold is breaking. Gold is breaking. Gold is breaking. Gold is breaking higher. We're almost above our POC level. We're almost above our POC level here. $38.57 on futures, and on CFDs it's 38.27. But I want to see some sort of a breakout, retest, or whatever the case may be here. So that's what do you use to journal your trades? We use TradeZella. I mean, it's the easiest. You probably know about it. Everyone uses it right now these days, right? It can get a bit more expensive. It can get pricey, right? It's true. If you start out, but it's so freaking worth to do so. In my opinion, it's so worth it. It's just so worth it. Yeah, you have pretty much everything you need. All the information you need, your trading win percentage, your profit factor, your average risk reward ratios, all these things are important. Your trade history, your notebook. Yeah, it's definitely worth it. It's definitely worth it. I've always tried to do it with Notion or with like Google Docs or whatever for periods of time, and then I was like, you know what? The more I can automate, the better it is. Okay, news, baby. Let's go. First one, 40.6, bearish. Second one is in 12 minutes. Mohammed says, Lorenzo, why do you use indicators like smart money and you don't use order flow? But Larry Williams, he uses order flow because I'm very confused what to choose. So that's a really good thing. That's something that we discussed yesterday in our VIP community. We had our weekly analysis session and I took them through the entry models. You can download it. You can download the book for free. You know that. If you're new, if you never heard of this before, you can download this book for free. It's all in there. It has 300 pages of information of what we do, who we are, what we stand for, and where and how we have built our strategy. Okay. There is something that's called execution. That's on page 57. And you have these type of entry models. We have four different entry models. Entry model 1, entry model 2, entry model 3, entry model 4. Each entry model is actually built around order flow. So believe it or not, but for example, the entry model 1 is nothing more than a rejection here. Okay. So when you, for example, pull up the order flow chart, okay, and you look at a key level, and you look at the footprint chart, and you look at a certain formation, it is usually what you see: trapped buyers, trapped sellers at a certain position, or large buyers, large sellers, aggressive buyers, aggressive sellers at a certain level, which then results into a 3-candle bar play. And that 3-candle bar play is what we usually call the EM1. So yes, you can say we kind of used order flow to build out our confirmation entry models, etc. And obviously we still use volume, which is a necessity, I could better say, for our strategy as well here. But who knows what comes next? What comes next in the future? what the future will bring. How did you break through the habit of opening a position instantly, waiting to be in the market at all times? Well, guess what, my friend? How many times, and this is a real question towards you, okay? How many times were you trading? And how many times while you were trading, you literally pretty much, let's say you blew your account or you lost your money or whatever the case may be. How many times did you tell yourself, this is gonna be the last time I'm gonna experience this? No more, no more. I've been here, you know, I'm angry, I'm upset, I did it again, I made the same mistake again. I'm not gonna do this anymore. Well, if you have that feeling, at some point you have to make the decision. You cannot fall back to that same mentality anymore. So to answer your question, you just need to fail a lot. And you need to fail so much that you're so sick of failing, you just don't want to fail anymore. And you want to start taking it really seriously. So most people that just do that, they don't take trading seriously, or they don't take trading serious enough because they can't control themselves. And sometimes, my friend, the older we get, the more we need to feel pain to learn. And this is why men change once they break up with their girlfriend after 3, 4, 5 years of being in a relationship. They break up with the girlfriend and they suddenly go to the gym. They suddenly go to the gym. Like, they never go to the gym. They break up with the girlfriend. They suddenly go to the gym. Why? Because they realize they need to change something about themselves, right? In order to improve. And sometimes it requires pain in order to do so. So maybe you don't or didn't have felt enough pain yet. Okay, this is pretty big. We have news in like 8 minutes, so we for sure need to wait for the news also. And then we need some sort of entry model to confirm above the POC, so you don't get faked out. Lorenzo, what do you think of the deep charts platform that's coming? I think that's something I'm going to try 100%. It is something I'm going to try and see what it is about. And yeah, see how user-friendly it is. You know what the biggest problem for many people is when trading order flow? Number one, it's expensive. So you need to have some money, right? In order to get all the data. You need to have the data provider. You need to sign up with a platform. That costs money. You need all that stuff in order to just get it set up by the first place. So, yeah. So maybe it's going to be user-friendly, more accessible for many people, yeah. We'll see. We'll see. Looking forward to it. Whereas it means the footprint chart and the order flow is important in your concept. It's not a necessity. That's what I'm saying. Like, this is pretty much what everyone has been doing in our group. We're kind of the way I would say it, we're kind of the gatekeepers. We're like the hybrid. We're like in the middle. We're like the end stage of candlesticks and the possibilities on candlesticks, in my opinion. From macro to micro, by the way. And if you don't believe me, just go to the book, read the introduction, and you understand what I mean. Do you see tomorrow at NFP2? Tomorrow, yes. Thursday, yes. Friday, I think we have NFP indeed. I'm not sure. I'm not going to be here. I'm going to be in the VIP. Yeah. Yeah, today is the monthly candle closure. I think this is something that you have to pay attention to regardless. Today is the last day of the month. Okay, gold is going to close its monthly candle. This month was a large expansion month. Okay, look at September. September was the month where we broke out of that large summer range that we had into. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Q4 is gonna be interesting. It will be. It will be very. Aisha, what is the win rate of your strategy? It is around 60%, I guess. But that means over, I don't know how many trades. So many. Hundreds and hundreds of trades. So there are periods where it's an 80% win rate, where it just all clicks. And then there are periods where it's a 40% win rate, where it doesn't really click that well. Or, you know, where I'm not really performing great. So it's the average we're talking about. But the risk-reward ratio is a 2-to-1. How do you join a VIP? You need to apply first and then get accepted first. Okay, so you need to have the right mindset. There are a couple things that you need here. So yeah, you can sign up and apply in the description. Why was that sharp downside move in gold in London session? No one knows, truly. This was a major sell-off during London. People always tend to find the reasons why that exact candle came down, or what the exact reason is. I mean, I didn't see any crazy news or something like that, so I don't know really what the answer is. Maybe someone in the chat knows better. I don't think it's that important to know. It's just speculation. Michael says, how can someone manage his trading in his job? What's your opinion? It depends what kind of job you have, man. It's a very good question, actually. this is what I would do if I decided I want to make trading my full-time income. I'm gonna look for some sort of job where I could just sit down somewhere and just have my laptop with me somewhere as well here. So I would work and then have my, you know, my iPad, my laptop, or my computer or my phone on the side and just study charts while I'm doing something else on the side here. I'm gonna say, okay, 10 minutes this, an hour this, 10 minutes this, an hour this. I guess. I know guys that work, you know, they're delivery drivers. They're working in trucks, delivering packages and stuff. And they have their laptop literally next to them. Listening, tuning in. That's it. You need to be creative. Trade talks, no, you can decide to simply close your account at any given moment in time. And Lorenzo, my boss asked me to learn how to trade. What should I do? You know how many people, trust me, how many people in my life, my friends, people outside of you guys, people outside of the streams, of, you know, of the group, the community and everything, how many people told me, oh, you're that trader guy, right? You're the trader guy. Oh yeah, I want to learn how to trade. Can you quickly, and I repeat, quickly teach me how to trade? I said, sure, man. Yeah, absolutely. Let's go. Let's go on a call. They don't show up on a call. Or we have one call and they're like, yeah, no, but yeah, no, I was busy and like, okay. All right. No problem. So don't teach people how to trade if they ask you. 90% of the time, they don't want to learn. They just don't want to learn. We're close to entries. I like our gold is pushing up. News is already surpassed here. It was not even that interesting. Not even overwhelmingly big, by the way. Look at the dollar. Dollar is just breaking. It's actually very... This is not strong, okay? If the dollar comes up like that, it creates a lower low. It pulls back. It pulls back. it's usually not a good sign. It's usually not strong from a dollar standpoint. I really prefer the dollar to break out strong pullback. That's what's going to give gold a hard time here. The pound, for example, now pulled back into that range again. The euro is still above here. So gold might indeed break out. Yeah, there we go. Gold might close above and leads us potentially to that continuation play. If that's the case, then we got some. I'm not just when will we do the trade. I don't know. It's not when we will do the trade. It's when you will do the trade and when I do the trade. Okay? It's not when we do the trade. I hope you understand the nuance, the difference between that. It's very important. Don't become attached to me. Don't become attached to me. Because these are usually the people that start crying when they lose. Even though that's all part of the game. Beautiful breakout though. I really like the breakout here. 7 minutes left for that closure. Yeah, like I said, gold's holding up really strong. We bounced from the daily support, the daily support right there. Daily level, super clean, super strong rejection from it. A lot of sellers started to step in, I guess. Price reverse, boom. Now we break above the point of control. That's a good sign. That's bullish. That's bullish. That's bullish. That's bullish. I like this a lot. Vicky says, beautiful short just played out on Sol using the previous daily POC. Not in as just forward testing, but whoa. Love the previous day. This is the previous day. This is the previous daily POC right now. You're breaking above it. And if you close above it, we can flip and turn this into support. That would be the ideal case scenario. Flipping 38.57 in support or on spot 38.27. Or something like that. And if we really break up higher, we also have the 38.32. So if you don't think we're going to pull back all the way, don't worry, we also have the 32.5 as well. We have two levels to work with. Next trades is applied for the VIP call schedule on Thursday. Amazing. Good luck. Good luck. If you're already in a long on gold, would you close now and re-enter? It depends where you long, where you longed from. From what level? If you entered somewhere down here, I don't see a reason to close it, right? To be honest, if you entered somewhere here, I don't see a reason to close it personally, because we have now the very high, the PSC and everything. Okay, this is 38.61 on futures. Let me quickly check. 38.61.5 pretty much. Fixed for a high. And then 38.57.1. All right. That's a huge push, ladies and gentlemen. Here, price. A lot of people were looking to short this, by the way, here, because it looked like, and this is how these candlesticks are tricking you. This is why the macro understanding is so important. Higher time frame bias, lower time frame confirmation. So macro bias, lower time frame confirmation. So higher time frame bias, while still bullish, the internal confirmation would then be like a macro level or something like that. In this case, daily support. Then the internal confirmation cannot be short here, right? That's the lower time frame confirmation. That cannot be short here. That can now only be long here. Why here? Because we're dealing with ranges. That's the way we work with LTA. We utilize ranges over and over again. And we use the data from the range to find our levels. And that data from that range will give us certain levels. And these levels usually tend to work very well and get very, very respected. So you can break it from a macro standpoint and then turn it into support on the lower time frame. And then we go from there. And then the only thing that you need is a 50% win rate with a 2-to-1 risk-reward ratio. So if you win 50% of the time, you lose 50% of the time, but your risk-reward ratio is a 2-to-1, you make money. You will make money. You make money. You don't have to stress out. You don't have to feel, oh, I need to win every single trade or whatever. No, you make money 50% of the time at least. You want to get it up, to be honest, you want to get it up to 60, 70%, right? That's your goal. Wow, this is a crazy freaking candle, by the way. Wow. Holy shit. Why don't you consider the EM4 play? Because of the news at 10, right at 10, right away. It's still the 10 a.m. candle. Top 5 Trading says, how do you know when to stop trading certain pairs? Because it was for sure bearish on the pound and the euro and kind of traded to chop. And then it went small profit and it stopped me out. Because the dollar didn't give you the confirmation that you needed to become truly bearish biased. So what did we say at the beginning of the stream? We said, if the dollar is bullish, we need to break above the fixed for a high, above this range, because then we have our CME play. Our consolidation and manipulation and our expansion right there. Right, but what happened? Price pulled into this level right here, right on the dot. Actually There's no order block, guys, that can beat this, by the way. There's no order block that can beat this, okay? Look at that. Just look at this. Like that's a level. That's a reaction right there, okay? So we got rejected there, and that was just the confirmation that you had to stay out. You had to be patient and sit on your hands until price would have broken above it. The chances of a continuation will be much larger. That's the scenario mapping we always talk about. And that then results into deeper breakdown and confirmation retest, for example, or breakdown, retest, continuation plays, etc. Still, you know, you don't have to be right all the time, but that's the core premises. Now you see clear rejection, and this is why gold is bullish, right? Gold broke out. This is a major breakout, by the way, crazy breakout. So any higher low is what we want to trade. Any higher low is where I would look to enter right now. If gold just doesn't just go like, you know, straight to the highs, that would be crazy. Because then we're talking like what, a 400 pip candle or something like that. Alex says, I'm shorting gold at 38.46. Okay. Let me guess. So the direction, perfect. Now everything aligned pretty much. Now it's all about entries, finding the right entry. And that needs to be a pullback entry, pullback play. The level is clear to me though, like 38.33. On futures, it's 38.60. 38.60, yeah. 38.60. Crazy candle, by the way. Crazy candle. Large accumulation, breakout, retest, continuation play. Huh? That would be nice. That would be very nice. That would be very good, guys. That would be very good. So if you're new here, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, okay? Tuesday to Thursday, 8 a.m. EST. Be here. Make sure you download this book for free in the description. If you haven't read it yet, this is a book I created with my team here. It's all the information, everything that you do, everything we talk about with our strategy. It's pretty much all inside here. Okay? You can get it for free. You can download it in the description here. Make sure to read at least somewhat of our concepts to get the hang of it, to get an understanding of what we do, who we are, and what we stand for. I'm here to showcase this on stream because I think it's important to be transparent and to show things live. That's how I started my channel 3 years ago. We've done over 450 live streams. That's the way it is here. I've noticed that 30% of you guys watching are not subscribed yet, okay? So if you want to get access to our giveaways, every Thursday we do a giveaway. We do at least something on a Thursday, for example. Then subscribe and get access to it. By the way, we have 900 people watching. We have 235 likes. If we can get it up to 500 likes right now, it should be possible. That's a third of you. We're gonna have some fun. We're gonna have some fun. Get your boy back into the algo. Okay? We took a break for a year or 11 months. It's a reset. But hey, we always come back stronger. Always come back stronger, bigger, better. That's just how we roll. Could you please tell me the dollar formula? You think I can share it in the chat and you guys will be able to copy it or not? You think it's possible? I think you can. This is the best possible formula for the dollar that you can have. This is the real dollar basket. You can see that. 6E is the euro, the yen, the pound. It's a complete formula here that you can implement in TradingView that gives you the dollar index till the T. Perfect. You can use the VAR profile. You can use all of that. And it works like a charm. Just look at this rejection here. I will share it in the chat. You can add it to your watch list and then you save it. Okay? The dollar index for you right there. All right, are we pulling back? Yes, we are a little bit. I love it. Let's do it. Get us back down there. Get us back down to the 38.61. It's gonna be exciting. This is the ultimate test. The ultimate test. Whenever I see candles like that, you know, you just want to enter. You just want to go for it. You just want to say, fuck it, right? But if I would do that every single time, the custom formula only works if you have a plus and above subscription. Okay, yeah. Is it expensive? I don't think it's expensive. But yeah, you're right. I think that's true. Now I'm thinking about it. I think that's true. Well, gold was clearly not bearish bias, correct? Because I saw a lot of guys at the beginning of the stream, short, 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 short. It is definitely not short biased, that's for sure. Yeah, it was a massive push for gold, exactly. Yeah, definitely a big breakout, yeah. Yeah, crazy, crazy. Price broke down during London session, price came back up. Started to stagnate here. You know how many people see this? Right there, and they think bear flag, it's gonna continue to drop further. But if you understand how gold works and how it moves, you understand that this is typical gold, right? If you are a gold trader, because I'm not just a gold trader, but I just know how gold, you know, works. The amount of times I've seen this is crazy. That it's the same riddle. It's like price breaks down, they start creeping up, they induce shorters, then boom, breaking the highs again. Will it come and retest the POC? At least I hope it will come back to the very high. I hope so, yeah. I hope so. That will be a really good. That will be a really good entry. Because then I would have my entry, roughly speaking, let's say here with a bit of a confirmation. My stop loss could be below that candle, and then my target will be the highs, right above, like taking out the highs, the London highs. So there will be something like this, to be honest. Stops below, my stop will be below the POC. My actual stop loss will be below that candle as well. The breakout candle. Something like that, some retest. I'm actually on spot, by the way. It's a little bit, no, it's the same. It's the same, right? Yeah, it's probably the same. The reason why not like a limit order this time is because you can just see a little reaction here, see how it operates, see if it holds, and then boom, it's worth for me personally to take that setup right there. Then you have daily bounce, daily support. Then in the internal trapping of sellers that's taking place here. So we bounce from macro, sellers trapped. So obviously, you break out, you break above a previous important range. This is then the lower low, higher high, lower high, or higher low formation that you're looking for, right? Higher low, higher high, pretty much. And it all just simply just still aligns with the overall trend, etc., 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 right here. So yeah, we have a closure in like 2 minutes. So let's see. What time do you usually take your setups? It can be any time. It all depends on the market. That's why it's so important for you that if you're committed to the live streams, you want to be here on a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. If you're not in the VIP with us, where you can trade pretty much all day long, then you can simply just come at 8. So you have to make sure that if you are on time, that you know exactly what happens here. Sometimes, boom, 8 a.m. We have to get to work straight away. No fancy introductions, no fancy stuff. Straight to work. Other times, you know, we have news, we have to wait, whatever. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. Obviously, you can see that obviously I made the most money during and this has been happening between everyone, like usually around 9 a.m. So that's before the New York Stock Exchange opens up, actually. And that's not from the Nasdaq also, by the way. So yeah, maybe that's why. Where were you, boss? I thought you blew your account. I wrote a book. Yeah, I wrote a freaking book. LTA Concepts, and our team absolutely did their absolute best to create the best possible free ebook ever in the last year. So no, we upgraded. We definitely put in a lot of work in the group, making sure that these guys are next level. And I also simply, to be honest, I also just needed a break from like live streaming. After what, 3 years, 400 live streams, 450 live streams or something like that. It was getting crazy. Constant live trading, all the time. I've been through it all. I've been through large winning streaks. I've been through losing streaks. I've been through on stream. I've been to periods where I couldn't get into my entries because of setups, didn't playing out my way. Like just getting, you know, not getting triggered into my position, missing out on a single pip or point or whatever, you know? This is the reality. This is the reality. I do like the pullback here. I think we're like, as far as we can see now, you can see that rejection. You can also see this next candle right now on the 15-minute time frame doesn't have a bottom wick. So yeah, let's see if we can pull back here, man. Let me get some tea and let's warm up. Give me 3 minutes. Higher low, baby. Higher low. Let's go. Let's create a higher low. Yes. Not a lower high, a higher low. Major breakout for gold to the upside here. Strong key levels at 36.82. On futures, on spot, it is 36.83. 38, not 36, 38.33. Are you worried about gold not having much of a top wick on the monthly candle? You mean a bottom wick? Oh, if it breaks the highs. Okay, I get you. If it breaks the highs, obviously you're gonna close at an all-time high. I mean, you know, this is how gold runs. We have been talking about gold for a long period of time here. We have done an excessive amount of research to how gold moves in general. And if there is something that I've seen happening on gold here, and that is something that is in the VIP, we have been sharing that information here in this channel. It's the commodities channel, and this is gold right here. This is all higher time frame macro information. And you can see the seasonality of gold here. This is Q1 and Q4. Okay, the end of Q4 heading into Q1. Look at what happened in 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025. Push up, push up, push up, push up. Then look at Q2, right? That's between April and let's say July. April, May, June, and July. Consolidation, bearish, bearish, bearish. That's not coincidence, guys. What happened this year in Q2 and Q3? Consolidation. We were consolidating on the higher time frame. That's it. This is the summer, right? And now we have the breakout. So we might indeed Q4, the beginning of Q4, what I'm anticipating maybe on the higher time frame. I would not trade and just guess, oh, this is what's going to happen, and I'm just going to take a position because of that mindset. Now, that's something that I just have in mind, that there is indeed a chance that we will create a top wick and then we flip bearish. We create a pullback and we set ourselves up for a larger expansion again in December, January, February. It has been happening for the last 5 years, so why not this year? Who knows? Market is not the same, but it definitely rhymes, and it seems to have the same follow through right now. So that is macro. Okay, higher time frame, understanding of how things move, so you can mentally prepare for that. Because if you understand this and the higher time frame, you understand how this works, then you have so much more ease knowing in what kind of market condition you're trading. Because the biggest losers in this game are guys that trade a strategy and they don't adapt. They are unable to adapt because they just think that one strategy will always work throughout every single market condition. The reality of trading is that some strategies work really well for certain market conditions and other strategies don't. Right? So when the market conditions change and you don't adapt to that, you're going to have a problem. You're going to have issues, okay? You're going to run into massive, losing streaks, etc. And, you get frustrated, you blow your account, not because of you not sticking to the plan, but because you get tempered, you get annoyed, you lose more, you start switching up your strategy, you think, oh, this doesn't work. This is why understanding the higher time frame is so freaking important for you to understand, so you know what kind of market condition you're trading. And if you understand that, then on the lower time frame where you actually trade, you will find your way to adapt to that here. So that's what we teach our students all the time. We say macro matters. This is the macro context that you need to understand. And then we can move to the lower time frame to start looking for executions, for setups, for trades, and all that stuff right there. So yeah, dollar breaking down, getting rejected. That's obviously strong for gold right now. That's bullish for gold. In the meantime, I want to welcome all the new members that joined us, by the way, in our Telegram. So many new guys joined us last week here, especially in the weekend. A lot of guys in the weekend joined us. I think all these guys realized, you know, I want to gain some momentum here. I want to actually start trading with these guys. Let me just get involved here. I want to start the week strong. They're good to have you here, man. Jack, MZ, Andreas, Juna, Jonathan. Welcome, my friend. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You draw. Draw. Stefano, Faisal, Divan. Good to have you here. Good to have you in our group, man. If you say, you know what, hey, listen, the VIP, I'm really interested in it, but I just can't afford it right now, or it's just not for me at the moment yet. I'm just not there yet, all right? Because we do want to have you to at least have a little bit of quality, a little bit of skill set to get into our VIP. I recommend to just join our Telegram, man. That's just the easiest way to get involved regardless. You get my daily updates. That by itself is already worth pretty much your investment. And your investment is pretty much, you use Vantage, which is our broker, which is the broker many people use. It's the broker that I use. You sign up, you put some money on it. We will benefit from that. You'll take our setups from that or through that, or you learn LTA through that. With other members in our group, I make sure that I give you daily market update videos all the time. Okay, what's happening LTA? Gold drop. So you know exactly what we're looking for, and then you execute right here. So it's very easy. It's a very simple process. It takes like 4 or 5 minutes. And if you say, I don't want to sign up with a broker, I have my broker, or I do something else, you can pay us a one-time fee. If you want to get access to that, you can click on the link right here. Click on that link right there and you get access to that as well. And then I'll make sure I'll keep posting these video updates, super helpful, also throughout the London session. So you make sure that you're actually prepared. You're actually prepared. I hope not many people shorted this or tried it to short here, because gold looks very strong right now. I actually really hope it pulls back, by the way. Lorenzo, won't Topstep ban you for voluntary closing express funded accounts after taking profits and redo it again? No, I think it's fine. You can do it. But you have to, again, pause your combine, right? You have to start over from the beginning. So that means you have to do the combine first and then you start off. Right there. So the beautiful thing about today was, okay, yes, okay, we're waiting for gold. We marked this out at the beginning of the stream. If price breaks out, we most likely expect continuation, right? We most likely expect follow through. And if the dollar would suddenly come up like it did here, when gold was struggling, right? Gold was kind of struggling here. And if the dollar would simply just have broken this high, this level, and it would turn that level into support, we would have not taken anything on gold. We would have shorted the Euro USD or the Pound USD as an alternative. Lorenzo, who was the winner of the last giveaway? You have to go back into the streams. Well, that guy won a 25K funded next challenge. That was last Thursday. We might do something similar or something else this Thursday. So yeah, he won a 25k funded account. Not funded, challenge. 25k challenge on funded next. A one step, or was it one step? One step stellar challenge. Yes. So what you need to do is you need to subscribe to this channel, because our next giveaway will be done on a Thursday. 30% of you guys are not subscribed, so that's actually quite high. So we want to get this down to like 15%. If we can get it down to 15%, then that's a good sign. But hey, I could also say, you know, tomorrow we're going to do the giveaway. So yeah, I don't know. Could be today, could be tomorrow, could be Thursday. Doesn't always have to be Thursday, by the way. But you get the point. Laura, don't you focus on the DEX no more? I've never focused on the DEX, actually. I don't know why, I just haven't. I just haven't. But to be honest, bro, I could trade anything you want. You would give me some sort of Indian stock, I'll figure it out. So yes, let's reach the 500 likes. First stream at least, then we can continue with the giveaways here. I'm investing in the algo, bro. That's the reality. Just investing in the algo. You know what I mean? We're gonna get back into it. We're gonna get back into it. It's coming. It's coming. You know it. I know it. We all know it. Let's see what the guys are doing as well here while we're waiting and sitting out here. Our gold setup. Ryu. Ryu. Where are you, my friend? Where are you? Ryu is in a copper long position right now. Okay. Yo, what's up, bro? Ryu?
Yo, what's up, Lorenzo?
How are you, man?
Hey.
So you're in a copper long right now. Can you maybe explain the reasoning behind it?
Yeah, sure. So for the past 2 weeks, copper has been trending higher and higher. And we were prior to that looking at this level here on this range. We get a pullback to that, kind of forming like a CRC here, like the CERC. But we could also look at CME as well. We can see the CM and then the E if we get a pullback.
Yeah.
This is more like a more aggressive entry, but anything above this range would be with more confirmation.
Okay, amazing. And can you show me your natural gas trade? I think you just traded natural gas.
Yes, I did. I took it from this early previous week value area low. Entry model 1 here.
Nice. Yeah, that's a CME right there, man.
Yes. Stops below the low. I target 3R because prior to that, for the past 2 weeks, we have been talking about this week's value area low. You can see we have been getting rejected from it many times, so it was a very important level. So I was waiting for a break above, and as soon as it pulled back, it also created a CME, and it was just a perfect 3R, and there wasn't much in between, so I target a 3R. And
nice.
It went perfectly.
Okay, amazing. So because of that previous level, you decided to enter before the CME. But then after the
Yes.
CME, you immediately put your stop loss on break even, right? Is that what
Yes.
you do?
Yeah.
Amazing, man. Yeah, you have been killing it, bro. You've been killing it.
I mean, we learned from you, right? The master.
Yeah. Absolutely killing it. Wow. Are you in a trade? We're waiting for a gold pullback. That will give me really the confirmation I will be looking for. We anticipated at least somewhat of a breakout. Gold was struggling to break down. A lot of trapped sellers right there, my friend. A lot of trapped sellers right here. A lot of trapped sellers now breaking out. So price pulls back. Maybe some of those sellers that are stuck here are going to say, you know what? I'm going to take it. I'm going to get out here. And I'm going to accept my loss in the pullback. And then we go long and we continue to go higher. Sanjay says, I was trapped there. I was trapped here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, a lot of sellers stepping in there, yeah. Because it looks so tempting. If you look at this, just look at the charts and you see, you know, it dropping down slowly. It already came down. It's the ultimate invitation for sellers. And if you actually want to know the proof, if you actually want to see the proof, this is actually the truth, you can simply look at all the red lines here. And you can see all that aggressive selling at the bottom. Right there. So you see this right there? This is that exact pattern we talked about. That's all aggressive selling that's taking place right there at the bottom. Aggressive selling. And price couldn't break down. So price was trying to break down, but it couldn't break down. There was a lot of aggressive selling here. Price couldn't break down. And then it broke higher. So these are all these trapped sellers we're talking about right now. Now we're here. Now we're looking for a higher low pullback. Kind of a higher low formation here. Kind of the idea. Yeah, volume, baby. Fixed very high. 38.33. So I hope to see a pullback. I really do. Because that is just high probability. Gold two-wear. Well, we were talking about the London highs pretty much since the beginning of the stream. Yeah, let's go back. Let's check it out. We talked about the always so weird, by the way. But anyways. Let's quickly check what we talked about right there, right? That's the idea. Over yesterday, and we can go over this level, and you can see how that red line that you see here is the most important level to pay attention to, because this truly determines our short-term bias for gold, and this truly determines where I would be affected. We can also see the dollar is more a time frame support. Yeah, like that. So we were already kind of looking for that breakout and then the continuation towards the London highs. So the London highs are sitting, I believe, at 38.75. 38.75, yeah. Hey Lorenzo, can you draw the fixed POC on the gold futures chart? I might select the wrong range. No, it's the same range. Right there, this is futures. And this is the CFD chart. I always mark out both, okay? I always mark out both. Want to make sure that that it's also aligned. Because I know many of you guys trade gold spot, which is fine. But we just use both charts just to compare. This clearly didn't play out because of the fact that the dollar got rejected. Didn't play out because... Oh. But, you know, this is something that we talked about as well in our group. So we're waiting for that. I pretty much shared that, I think, in the currencies chat, right? This is the only bullish confirmation I will be looking for the dollar. Until then, I'm still bearish biased for the day. I shared this in the currencies chat. That will be the only confirmation above that high. What happened? Price never did that, right? Price came up, but it got rejected at that high right there. All right, so price got rejected right at that high here. Instead of what we said in order to become bullish on the dollar, breaking above that high. This is why we were bearish. This is why I would not be looking to short anything like the pound US dollar or euro US dollar when the dollar is not above that level. And that's something that we shared there as well here. These things are important. If you understand where the dollar is at, it can help you a lot with gold. It can help you a lot with the euro, with the pound, with anything Forex wise. Really helps you a lot. Bro, I've never seen anyone until now who knows the fixed range volume profile and use it live. And here I am also using this. This is so underrated. I call the fixed range volume profile, I call it the forgotten craft, truly. Because a lot of these old guys are using it. If you go on YouTube and you type in volume profile, old guys, couple guys, like not much happening there, man. So yeah, it is definitely underrated as fuck right now. The volume profile is underrated. And I have no idea why. Because everyone is obsessed with price action, right? People assume that the fixed range volume profile is an indicator. And then people think, oh, that's an indicator. All indicators are lagging. Error. That's how I am programmed to understand the market. Error. So that's not for me. Now I'm going to use a cyst instead. That sounds gay. The reality is volume is king. You give me one chart and I can give you tons and tons of setups and you can say, yeah, it's Mr. Hindsight, you know, everything is easy afterwards. And it's true. It's true. But we have taken hundreds of trades live, literally on stream, but also in the group. The same setup, the same process, the same exact play. Ryu just showed you that winning trade that he did. This is a winning trade that we had on a Friday. We took an oil setup here. Look at that. That's textbook, right? Absolutely textbook setups. Same process, same system, okay? We have built a whole trading strategy around the understanding of volume. Now, what is volume? Executed orders. If there is a lot of volume traded at a certain level, do you think it becomes 4 institutional trader, do you think that level becomes more or less interesting? If a lot of people trade at a specific price level, it becomes by default more interesting. And this is why you see these levels working so well. Because they're built around facts, around real data, right? So this is why we attract guys with like that architect or these engineers. We have a lot of engineers in our group for some reason. And I think that they understand the logic behind why understanding volume is so important and why it makes sense to utilize. Because it's not subjective. Like you don't have to find your own support and resistance levels because the volume will tell you where it is. All right, pullback, baby. Let's go. Hey, Lorenzo, I'm an engineer too. Yeah, that's what I mean. You know, engineers are first principle thinkers. Like they literally reverse engineer the problem to find their solution. And that's why the logic is always, the most logical approach to the market is always the thing that attracts them the most. That's why I guess we have so many guys like that in our group that are killing it, by the way. Like some people say, you know, the algo, there is one algo that runs the whole market. And other people just say, you know, there are thousands and thousands of algorithms running right now, high frequency algos. So it's more about the volume that's executed at certain price points. Because that's the hardest thing to manipulate, volume. Because you need to execute a trade for that. It's not about limit orders, it's about executed orders in the marketplace. And one market order and one limit order equals one order, one contract. All right, so for every market order, every market buy, you need limit sells, okay? And for every market sell, you need limit buys. That's one order, that equals that one volume. Gold is pulling back, baby. Okay, patience, patience. And it's pulling back with a relatively weak top wick, which I like. It's not a strong rejection play. Like, doesn't necessarily mean much, but anyways, we'll see how price responds first at 38.62 if we get there. And then let's look on gold. The other gold, 38.33, yeah. I keep forgetting it for some reason. 38.33. Since to use the dollar formula, you need premium sub in TradingView. Can I use the dollar index? Yeah, you need to pay $7 a month, I guess. Or the CMEs or something. But you can use the dollar index instead. Yeah, you can. DX1, you have a 10-minute delay, which is maybe a little bit annoying, but you can compare. So you can also do it this way, right? You have one chart that's called dollar index 1, and you use this chart right here. It shows you the exact same information pretty much, but in a 10-minute delay. This costs $200 a month to activate, so it's very expensive. Most people don't want to do it. I don't think it's really worth it. There are workarounds. So you can see how it's getting rejected there, right? But then you can also use, or you can put next to this chart, you can put a DXY chart from TVC. And then you have both charts as well. This is in real time, and then the other one is that key level. You can kind of compare both. Here you cannot draw the volume profile, but at least you see the price action in real time. Let's go. Order flow in TradingView, does it work? I don't know, man. I've never tested it. I've never tested it. I don't know. I don't know for sure. At least not in TradingView. All right, first level we're gonna hit soon. 38.62 on futures and 38.33 on spot. So I want to see how price reacts at this blue line here. First reaction, let's see. Let's see. Yes, okay. Right at that level, right? Right at the failure high, right? Right at the failure high here. Okay, I'm gonna give it a shot, guys. I'm gonna enter longs. 5 contracts, micro. Looking for a higher low formation here. Let's see if we can take out the highs, and then we'll go from there. Daily open, yeah, we're literally at daily open. We're at the daily open right now. We tapped into the value high, our first level, right here. We know how important this level is. Entry at, yeah, right there, right? Right there. Where's your stop loss? Yeah, right below that wick. I could, in theory, I could put it right here as well, to be honest. I could put it at like 38, 48, right below. A little bit below the point of control here. We have the point of control still backing us. Something like that. Something like that. I want to target the highs, but I could, in theory, say around here, I have my 2-to-1, my 2-to-1 risk reward ratio. But I think we might go for the highs, so let's see. First reaction is good. That shows that this level is actually relevant, right? It shows that this level holds for now. Where I think the magic happens is in the second candle. So unless something crazy happens, and this is just a huge manipulation and price breaks below because of Trump or something like that, yeah, then that is what it is. But I think this next candle will give us the push we need, or the confirmation we need. We have the point of control as well, so I hope we're gonna turn around. I hope we're gonna at least tap into the point of control. If we push down, I want to tap into the point of control in reverse. But we're now holding pretty well. Lorenzo uses Vantage, yes, on the prop firm, normal prop firm, regular prop firm. So receive the broker, we use Vantage, yes. It's one of the fastest growing, I guess. We still look to enter at 38.27. I'm already in right now at the moment. So I entered at 38.36. If you calculate kind of your, if you calculate your spot chart, I entered at 38.36. For me personally, guys, and everyone in the group knows this is textbook for us. This is a textbook setup. We break down macro support, break above the highs, above the range, turn the react from the fixed very high. For us, it's textbook. A lot of new guys here today. If you are new, you can join us every Tuesday to Thursday. We stream 3 days a week. We live trade 3 days a week. We execute as much as we can live, only when the right setups are occur. So if we have a setup that we like to see here, we trade it. Come on, Goldie, flip bullish. Flip bullish, baby. What is your stop loss? Stop loss is below this structure right here. Because we have the POC right there still. 38.55. And 38.27 on CFD. If you trade CFDs, by the way, you have to be careful of spread, obviously. I'm not liking how it's trying to push into this level though. I'm not gonna lie, I don't like it overall. But I am gonna wait for the next closure. Because this can easily flip and it can suddenly look extremely good. So that's why it's so important for me to let trades run and not get scared away or get, you know when you get scared out of your position and then price still gets into the direction you initially thought of? I will experience this before because this is very, very common, by the way. This is very common. This is gonna happen a lot. And the best way to deal with that, simply the best way to deal with that is to just let your trades run and let the data speak for itself. So let's just simply say you take 30 trades and you know, okay, after 30 trades, you know what your win rate is, what your average risk to reward is, then you can look for improvements from there. But if you go and get out of every trade because it doesn't look good or something like that, now it suddenly looks better, right? And then later on it flips again and it looks bad. Oh, I think it's gonna come down more, right? It's like, you know, if you deal with that mindset all the time, you're gonna have a really hard time in trading. That's what it is, you know? Don't get scared out of your position, accept your losses and use that data to your advantage. That's my suggestion to you. That's the way to grow this game, or to grow in this game, in my opinion. That quick out, oh no, it's going against me. Oh, I need to get out of my position. Oh, this and that. That's usually what's gonna mess everything up in the long run. If you don't know what you're doing, of course. Right, if you don't know what you're doing. If you know what you're doing and you know you've seen that same pattern happening again, you know when it doesn't work out in your favor, yeah, then obviously it's good. Maybe it's good to just, you know, get out. But let the data tell you that you need to get out. Don't get out on feeling and don't get out on emotion. Because to me, even if I would lose trades, right? I say this all the time. What I want to know is my data and like how, let's say I take 100 trades or something. Like, what are my metrics, right? That's what I want to know. And if I just get out of my trade, then I waited for hours to get into a trade, a textbook setup, to then get scared out by some sort of bearish wick. Rather get stopped out and use that wisely for my next term, right? And if you say I am in this position and you don't trust this trade or you don't trust this position, then just don't enter with me. Like if you just enter because I enter, right, and you don't understand our setup, like this is why we have our book for you, right? This is why you can download this right here, okay? For free. So you understand the reasoning behind the setups. You can look into the data, the actual data behind it. Siri says last day of the month. Yes, last day of the month today. Be cautious. Minute candle closures in 7 minutes. This 30-minute candle, by the way, doesn't even have really a top wick or something. Banner says, I just withdrew $2,000 from my Vantage account. Life is great. Thank you, Lorenzo. And thank you, LTA. Appreciate that, man. Congrats. Congrats. That's a nice payout right there for yourself. A nice withdrawal, I could better say. That's a monthly salary for a lot of people. And much more than a monthly salary for a lot of people. So, well done. Question, how do you identify a fixed value or high? If you draw the volume profile, then you see this, right? This area where it suddenly lightens up right here. That's the high and this is the low, right? So this is the fixed very low, or the swing very low, or the previous daily very low, the previous weekly very low. This is the swing high or the fixed high. It's that value area at 70% of the total range where the most volume was traded. And that's why we're reacting from that level right now. Sir, I'm a very emotional person. How to avoid emotion? I don't think you can avoid emotion. Like, I feel emotion, of course, in the moment. But the reality is that I think it's more about confidence, to be honest. Like, do you believe in your strategy? And do you believe that over, let's say, 200 trades or 100 trades, your strategy is profitable? And if you just deeply know that that's just the reality, that that's just the truth, you have tested it, you know it, you have taken the trades, you've executed your setups, etc. Enough times to know and believe in your strategy, that's when you learn to deal with your emotions better. The reason why some people can't deal with their emotions usually is because they don't believe in the strategy. And if you don't believe in the strategy, you're gonna have a hard time. right? Because you're kind of like searching for something when you lose and you blame yourself, etc. Here. A lot of people that come to the stream, let's say, and I take a trade live. I've taken hundreds of, if not 1,000 trades live on stream in total. And I know every time when I lose a position or lose a trade, when someone comes into the chat and they don't know my strategy, they get all upset and angry, you know, scammer did that. Can't trade, blah, 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 right? But it's just because they don't understand what we do here. And you can't even blame them, to be honest, because they don't understand the context, right? Of what we trade, what our strategy is, if it's tested or not, if it's proven. They just see a random guy on YouTube taking a trade and they think, oh, that's easy money, and boom. And then that's the exact trade that he loses, yeah. So it comes from confidence, man. But emotions, you're always gonna fear emotions, at least. At least I will. Alina says meditation is the key to control your emotions. Yes, sir. I agree. I agree. I don't do it as much, to be really honest with you, as I should. But hey, I can see why that would work for sure. Lorenzo, when would you close your trade early? If I'm stuck in my position for an hour, for a super long time, nothing is happening, the market is not really moving, and I just know it's already getting really late, for example, maybe then, you know. I mean, how does he look at the chart and go like, oh, that's the fixed value area? For that, you have to download, you have to read the book, man. You have to read our book. Right here. You have to read the book to really get the full understanding and context of that right there. Best way to deal with trade and risk management. Best way to remove or deal with your emotions is trade with calculated leverage risk management and calculated stop loss. Yeah, exactly. Just don't over risk, right? Simple. Don't over risk. Many of you guys are risking too much. That's it. Don't over risk. Not necessary. Especially if you're still testing things, right? I'm not sure 100% that your strategies works. Now, let's say you have a 2-to-1 risk-reward ratio. 2-to-1 risk-reward ratio. You win 50% of the time. You take 10 trades. You take 2% risk per trade. 5 wins equals 20% profit. 5 loses equals 10% loss. So that's a net 10% win. And then you pretty much lose half of your trades, right? With a 2-to-1 risk ratio. You lose half of your trades. And then your goal is to get this up to 60%, 70%, right? That's the idea, the ideal case scenario. Thomas says, how are you, Lorenzo? Let's see if we can take that hourly top wick out. Yes. What's up, Tommy? Are you trading gold now? Nice. What is happening with your trade? Consolidation at entry pretty much, man. Just we're consolidating around our entry right now. Definitely want to see some sort of a breakout soon, to be honest. You know? Let's hope this ain't a power hour delivery. Yeah, exactly. Because if that's the case, it's going to take like, well, 2 more hours. That's not going to be nice. You can see how important this level is once again, right? You can see how important that very high level is. You know, people look at a fair value gap or an order block or whatever the case may be, right? But the reality is we've just bounced from the very high right now. If there will be follow through, that's another question. We're going to find out. Well, we are holding at, you know, we are holding at support. It's acting as an area of support. And that's a level that you would not really find without, I mean, you could in theory, but it will be very hard to spot it always perfectly. That means you need to be perfect at spotting support and resistance all the time. And actually perfect, right? Whereas you can just draw a simple volume profile and you know for sure that's the level to pay attention to, right? $36 3-point. Amir, can we buy gold? Tell me. If you don't understand the strategy, I would not enter a position now. No. I would not go long now. Because it doesn't matter. It's just random then. If you understand the strategy, you understand it's a textbook setup. Rainier says, I bought gold. I'm very scared. Then don't buy. Then close your position right now and don't buy. It's useless. It's useless. Don't take a trade and then literally take a trade like your life depends on it. Like it doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't make any sense, bro. Honestly. Hi, Lorenzo, what's your opinion on Top Step on payouts? One of the best, in my opinion. San says, today I was trapped at short. I blew my account. I'm again ready for risk. I know I will win. That seems or sounds like you full port your account with one trade. Go all in on one trade. If it says, can we see your trade, Lorenzo? Bro. Let me get some tea. Sorry guys, I had to take a big shit. What happened? Nah, I'm joking. Joking. I'd rather see this consolidation right now than that follow through, that instant follow through that we sometimes see when gold drops. Like it just drops and it just doesn't care about anything. I'd rather see consolidation here. At this time, I think if we re-break the highs this time, we're gonna go. We will go. If we break the highs, we will go. Hopefully, let's see. Hi, did you get your teeth done? Yes. I had to, man. Yes, sir. Some expensive shit, but worth it. Yeah, we really need to break above the 70 on futures. That is just simply re-break the highs right now. That's it. Right there. 38, 38, 41, 38, 41. The volume is dying down though, so that's the annoying part. Come on, boy. Which pair do you like the most in trading? Well, the last week was oil. Oil was super clean. We had some really nice oil trades in our group. But it all depends. Sometimes it's silver. Sometimes gold is the best thing ever. Just so clean. Gold has been really good actually lately. So I actually like gold, to be honest. Gold could be good. I like silver, I like gold, I like oil. I like currencies when the dollar gives me a good confirmation. I really don't care, honestly. I don't have a specific... I don't have a specific pattern, a specific instrument that I prefer. It all depends. Markets change. Sometimes currency's killing it, right? Sometimes gold is killing it. Oil is killing it. It depends. A lot of people trade the NQ. That's actually one of the instruments I've been trading the least, funny enough. I don't know why. But that's just personal preference, I guess. Arian says, when I moved from the Euro USD to gold, the volatility confused the heck out of everything I knew. It took me 6 months to become comfortable with it. Yeah, you need to really learn how to accept the volatility on gold here. That's for sure. 100%. We have been now in position for like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Almost 40 minutes. And we're still at our entry now. Like if I'm in a position in an hour and I'm still in my entry, yeah, these are like moments where I just decide to just cut my trade. I don't care about the outcome. Call FX, US Defense Secretary exit. We must prepare for war. To be really honest, if price would go up, I would not be surprised if you would do something like this. Price comes down and it breaks actually lower. And then it reverses to the upside there. Especially because we're trading now that range, and its range starts to become cleaner and cleaner on the lower time frame especially. Let's go to the 1 minute, for example. Yeah, look at that. He's been in the same position for 40 minutes. Yes. Lorenzo, do you have a specific time for live streaming? Every day, once a day, 2 times a week, 3 times a week, Tuesday to Thursday, okay? So you download the book, you come at 8 a.m. EST, and you get into our Telegram, and then you're ready, set to go. And then we can trade. We can trade in real time. I could better say learn, and then trade as an additional layer, okay? Not just trading, trading, even though we do trade live, obviously. I have nothing to hide. But it's just, you know, hopefully you learning. You know what they say, right? They say, you know, don't give them the fish, give them the rod to fish, or teach them how to fish instead of giving them fish. Well, this gives you, this is the rod. This teaches you how to freaking fish, okay? It's free to download. How can it be free? What's the catch? Honestly, there is no catch. There is no catch. You can download the book and keep it for yourself, print it out, and you have a full book, 300 pages for you. And that's it. If that's the only thing you want to do, be my guest. Be my guest. What, you want me to make $20 or $10 on a book? First sale? This is boring though. That's an hour, almost an hour. Almost an hour, literally just around our entry, we're hovering around. Lorenzo, are you still in Bali? Yes, sir. HMS says giving a free book is actually a good funnel method. Did you yourself or do it or an agency? So obviously, in order to write a book like this, you need to know all the context. It's practically impossible to explain to someone what needs to be in the book. AI is not going to help you doing that. There are too many nuances there in order to make that happen, and in order to just get that started. So obviously, that just requires a lot of dedication and work. And the amount of people that we have helped right now, it's just insane. Keep in mind, we're on a mission, guys. We are absolutely on a mission to completely crush it. And to take over this streaming game. If you go to my first channel, by the way, my first video, all right? This is how long we have been streaming already, right? That was the first stream. The first stream was July 2022. Can you believe that? Time freaking flies, man. Okay, time freaking flies. And what we have done in that time span, in these 3 years here, we went through ups and downs here, but we were able to build an incredible community of people that are now with us every day, trading in the trading floor, changing their lives, changing their family lives, changing the lives of people around them. And they made me a much better trader. Because of them, I am who I am right now, and I am a much better trader. I am much more patient. I have that responsibility. It's all because of them. So it's a win-win. It's a win for me. And we're able to just change people's lives in the meantime. So hourly closure coming 4 minutes. That means we're in our position for an hour and we're still at entry. That's the thing, right? Like, at least we trade live, right? I don't know how many of your, gurus trade live all the time and have traded live 400, 500 times. I don't know. You show me someone. There are probably some guys that do it, but it's really minimal. And the reason why it's minimal, because no one wants to lose in front of hundreds, if not thousands of people, right? They're afraid of losing in front of a high group of people. They're afraid of getting judged by nobodies that don't understand how to trade, right? That don't want to learn. Thomas, it's really going to be another power hour. I hope not, man. I'm not going to trade it, and I'm going to exit my trade. If that's the case, I'm going to exit my trade. But we're going to see. We have the hourly closure. And if the next hourly candle, you know, sets in a wick or something, we'll see what's going to happen there. But yeah, you might be right, because look at this shit. Yeah. uh... 50 pips, guys. 50 pips. 50 pips. Gold is waiting for its song. Yeah, gold is waiting for me to exit because I'm bored. Fly. Aaron says, this is the first time I've experienced it slow down at this level. Yeah, now we have the hourly closure. So now it's all about the development of the bottom wick. Or the top wick. Hopefully the bottom wick. But if it's a top wick, we need to go up. So we'll see. Last chance. Yeah, this is extremely important level, right? If we can close above this level already on the lower time frame, for example, yeah, we just keep it very tight, I guess, today. It's the last day of the month, getting already late. We're breaking out right now. Now it's about the closure. Hopefully we can close above it. That will be the ideal. And then we put our stop loss at our entry or something like that. But only when we close above it. Otherwise, it just... doesn't make sense. Lorenzo, you've been listening these songs for at least the last 2 years, don't you? Yeah, you're right. I need a new playlist, bro. It's coming. You're right. You're 100% correct. No excuses. It's true. It's true. When will... Arvid says, when will Trump... You're a funny guy, man. You're a funny guy. I love that comment, actually. He says, when will Trump start barking? That's funny. That's actually funny. Last minute. Last minute. Volume, baby. Come on. Time volume. Not price volume. Price volume is good. 38.61, perfect. Perfect bounce off of the fixed very high. It's all about the volume now. Closure above. Okay. Closure above, guys. Break even. We waited for an hour to put our stop loss on break even after this, and it's already super late. So closure above. Stop loss break even. Yeah. Okay. Hey, this is Lorenzo. I missed seeing the saxophone in the background. What happened to it? Hey, yes, sir. Right there, my friend. Right there. Yeah, the closure was really good, actually. Above that high. Risk is free, risk free. It's getting late. Trump is gonna speak in like 50 minutes, I guess. Is it? Yeah, right? Or he's already speaking. Or he already spoke. Wait, I'm confused now. Actually don't know. I thought he was speaking. Oh, he is speaking. Okay. Yeah, we've done it right. We were patient. We were very patient today. We entered at the right moment at the bottom. For now, we put our stops on break even after the breakout. It's getting late. I think we've done it right. Following the plan. Textbook entry. It's crazy how many buyers entered here actually, right? How many buyers are willing to step in right now? A lot of selling here, by the way. Again, same thing, guys. A lot of selling here. Yeah, a lot of aggressive selling in this area, especially on the 15-minute, especially here in this candle. A lot of aggressive selling here. But price was unable to break down. Price level held for now. Again, trapped sellers right there. Do you only take one trade a day? Sometimes yes, sometimes 3, sometimes 4. It all depends on the market. And it depends, but usually in a session, yeah, maybe 1 or 2 trades, yes. Right? But keep in mind, we're trading London session. In the VIP, we're trading London session. In our Telegram, we're always talking about setups during London session. So we're pretty much trading throughout the day. The only thing that I don't really trade is the ASIN session myself. So if you just want to get access consistently to trade setups like that, is a valid setup as well, by the way. Yeah, you just need to be in our Telegram. That's it. Juan says, hey Lorenzo, after 3 years of following you, I think I'm ready for entry to VIP. Incredible, my man, Juan. I know you very well. I have seen you in the chat already for a really long period of time. And I always know how humble you are. How much you attend the streams on a day-to-day basis consistently. No ego, just here to learn. I really appreciate that, my friend. So I would love to invite you in our group. Yeah, maybe tomorrow is going to be more interesting. We're going to have let's say if we're in a trade, we don't have to be stuck in our position for an hour. Maybe tomorrow we're going to see more volume. Why? Because new monthly candle. The monthly open is always interesting. Always a lot of volume around the monthly open. Right? Because, you know, people position themselves at the beginning of the month. So it's going to be interesting tomorrow. So if you're going to be there, let me know in the chat. Please type in, I'm committed. Show up, download the book, get ready. You know, on your phone. Have the book on your phone, on your iPad, on your laptop, on one screen or whatever. And then your trading view on the other. And let's get to work. Tomorrow, 8 a.m. It's time to level up our mindset as well. You're going to see it all. We're going to win trades together. We're going to lose trades together. But most important, we're going to learn together. We're going to level up together. Do you want to evolve into the Robbins Cup, Trading World Cup? That's definitely something that I admire, yeah. I admire that for sure. %. Do you send signals on a VIP? Yeah, so the way it works, like we have in our Telegram, okay, which you can join very easily. It takes you a couple minutes to join. We're just constantly sharing ideas, okay? Setups, ideas. Why we really still want you to work and put in the work so you understand the context. Signals is just enter here, stop loss there, TP1 there, TP2 there. You're gonna enter too late. You're gonna not understand the trade setup. You have no idea what you're doing. You're not improving. There's no benefit to that, okay? If we give you the explanation of the trade and all the logic behind it, then you can learn, you can pick it up and say, oh, that's why. Oh, that's why. Okay, that's why. Okay. Now I can understand that here. Okay. So this is why I upload daily videos every day during the London session already that pretty much explains everything that I'm looking for. And then once that video is listed, I share the setups that come afterwards. I share scenarios and setups that I'm looking at. Right, so these are kind of the things that I'm looking at here. Silver, there was a trading idea right there. Boom. Silver, pullback, continuation. Now, pullback, continuation, right? We actually took this live on stream as well here. But that's the thought process. Right? They have a whole community and group. They're doing the same thing. They're constantly sharing setups before it happens. It's your responsibility to filter out the setups that you like, that you find interesting. So you actually learn something from it. Okay? It's so much freaking value that actually is going to help you to get somewhere. So Lorenzo, I was in the VIP as well. However, I was busy in the red race. I could not focus on trading and hence was not able to renew on time. I am back. Let me know if I can rejoin. You can reach out, man. And we can see what we can do here. But we really want to make sure that you're actually going to be committed this time. Because you're talking about a red race and stuff. Like, that's no excuse. I know guys that are working 60 hours a week and are still in the trading floor every single day in the VIP. So there are no excuses, okay? If you want to join, yes, maybe. But keep in mind, you need to be fully committed and dedicate your time to it. Stop loss on break even. Yeah, stop loss on break even. It's getting late, number one. Secondary, you have this range. You have this support now kind of created. We have an internal range kind of that we developed here. So we have the very, very high of this smaller range right now. I call that the lower time frame fixed very high because it's like the internal of the internal. So stop loss can go and break even here around this time. I think it's the best thing to do. Yeah. Again, the reason is macro, we react, right? So macro, we came down. We tapped into daily support right here. And then on the 30-minute, while we tapped into that support, we broke above the previous range here and the opening price of the day. So the daily open. So we broke above it and now we're kind of retesting that range and the daily open. And kind of holding that as support. So that's your macro approach. Now we broke structure. We broke above this range. We're retesting that range as support. And now internally on the 5-minute, right? We broke above this smaller internal range. So if this is the manipulation, right? Consolidation, manipulation, expansion. Then we are now completely secure because we entered here, right? We entered here. There's no reason for us to not put our stop loss on break even now because of this range and the time of the day, pretty much. So yeah, if we pull back and we continue higher, we're still secured, pretty much, I guess, because we have 2 levels to work with. In the meantime, guys, we are at 500 likes. If you can get this up to 600 likes, that would be awesome. That would really, it would really help me out personally. Because we have taken a break from the streams, of course. And you know what happens with YouTube when it happens, right? Your algo goes down. The fact that we still reached like 1,000 live viewers today is insane. After such a long break, it's crazy. That means we're doing something right. If you can help your boy out by smashing that like button. I know 30% of you guys are not subscribed to this channel. So if you subscribe and like, you know, plenty of giveaways. Plenty of giveaways coming your way. Thank you. Lorenzo, how many pips? I don't know how many pips. I don't really calculate too much in pips because we're in a contract here, but this is 80 pips. 80 pips. Doesn't really matter to me personally. But anyways, guys, it's getting really late right now. I've been streaming for 4 hours. We are still in our position. I can stay in this position forever, you know, live on stream until, you know, another 2 hours. But we already secured our trade. You guys already know it. You understand the deal here. So anyways, tomorrow we're going to be back. Many of you guys are going to come back tomorrow. It's going to be awesome. I'm really looking forward to that here. I think tomorrow will be more volume than today. Okay, so we have a range. A lot of, you know, kind of boring stuff here. We secured ourselves, so we're good. But we were pretty much stuck in our position for an hour until we finally saw the breakthrough moment. So we have to wait and see if this is just going to be the continuation play, right? We'll figure it out here. Do what you want to do with it overall. I'm going to be back tomorrow again at 8 a.m. So make sure that you be here. And then we get back to work as well. I'm very proud of many guys in the group today. Amazing results in our group, in our community. A lot of wins, a lot of winning trades, a lot of killers, executing positions. According to our strategy, everything is textbook. Everything we do. LTA entry models, right there. So get into our Telegram. You get involved. Follow my daily updates. Use this, then come to my stream. You can be pretty much with me the whole day. From London session onwards. Okay? That's it. All right. Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you guys very much here. All right, GG. Thank you guys so much for today here. Hopefully there is some follow through here. You can do what you want with it. Up to you. Yeah, stop loss is secured. Let's see if we manage to continue to go higher. I would love to see further continuation to the upside. Okay. Anyways, let's get to work tomorrow. We're going to talk about a lot more about risk management. So I'm really looking forward to talk and discuss this topic. We're going to talk some important things. Okay? Absolutely. Let's make it happen. Thank you guys so much. Where's the music? I am probably the worst DJ in the world. Okay, baby. Thank you very much. Take care. I love you all. Good luck. And I'm going to see you tomorrow. Once again, thank you guys. See you later. Bye-bye. Ciao.
from the turf. I never switch sides, like even when I die, I'ma ride for the squad, let her ties in the hearse. I've been on the vibe, kinda hard to describe. I'm in between, I'm good and it's fine, but I'm tired of the grind. Then I come alive in the night to realize I'm in the middle of the time of my life. I'm never so packed for the stack, never lied on the rap. Got a bag from the way that I write it. Queen looking Tyson, do that ass survive, doing 80 to the house. Then I hit it to the sky, change haters on a tirade. Talking to their crib in the face, be still, let that hit stuff fade. We all want the same, we all want a meal in the safe. I wanna live like I'm trying to reach enlightenment. Trail spill from my lips, feel bent from the bib. Take a sip till I pass out. Try and get grit, but it don't make sense. Cause you can lose life on this fast route. Yeah, turn thoughts to a cash cow. I might flip that to the glass house. I don't need the accolades, I'm in love with the chase. I just wanna eat, save a spot at the table. Beast with the slap, pin myself on the map. You long with the band, but we knowing that it's cap. 5-hour flights, couple nights at the flat. To be real, couldn't see me making moves while I'm at. I'm still on the grind, limit time when I chat. Burning down sage, keep the demons away. When I write it, give a piece of myself to the page. I don't do it for the praise, love, that's just how I'm
See the
made.
truth in the glass in the mirror.
Yeah.
Do it at me, old man, tryna pass in the fear. You're the first one to talk, but the last one to hear. Eyes blurry, but I couldn't see the ass, and he cleared down. Start to feel like I'm on one. Settle in, I'll be here for the long run. I'm a slave for the cash, got snakes in the grass, no brakes on the ad, but it's all fun. We done seen it all, heard it all. Heard enough, give me space before I murder y'all. 10 bad bitches here, I'ma curb them all. 12 missed calls, and I still made a curtain call. Here to light it up, lighten up. Hear him talking, they ain't right enough, tighten up. Everything that I came for, I left with. I don't bang sets, I just bang on the set list. Going past supper when I came for the breakfast. Put me in your prayers, I might put you on the guest list. Young niggas and me reckless. Gold in my soul, got the same on my necklace, bitch.